Alright, you guys. How's it going, everybody? Give me just a moment here. I want to make sure that all my audio is correct. Now, if you guys can let me know if some of my audio is off, please let me know, because I was really tinkering with it earlier. But how's it going, you guys? Welcome, everybody. How's it going, Retro? What's up, Narastra? Clifford, I think he tipped out. But, how's it going, you guys? Welcome to the stream. My head kind of hurts a little bit, so just bear with me, man. Let me get into it. So, loud and clear. And you guys hear the game all right too, right? No echo, no double audio, anything like that. Just making sure everything is working as intended. Retro, to answer your question, I don't know how much you guys know about this game. Yes. How's it going, Count Pupper? Welcome. You guys, this is Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. Now, though you guys, some of you may remember, I did talk about this fairly recently as far as the next game I wanted to stream. But for those of you who aren't privy to what this game is about, essentially Senua, the main character, you play the game, and I forget the whole pretense, but essentially she's making a journey to try to find how to bring her lover, back from the dead. Very Dante's Inferno style. And it has a lot of Norse mythology, very Nordic, you know, Thor, Odin, that kind of thing. And the thing is, she has psychosis, which for her, she has schizophrenia, where she has a lot of hallucinations, a lot of auditory hallucinations. She hears voices. So throughout the entire game, a lot of the gameplay is augmented by how you actually hear these voices talking to you or to her through or to you through her, and it's very haunting. But it really kind of puts you in the shoes of somebody that has to that suffers from that type of psychosis, and it's very compelling as far as a gameplay element, and it's definitely something that can benefit greatly as far as the experience if you're wearing headphones. I even went through my my settings to make sure that I can hear the game.
What's up, bitches?
And of course, Casey's ruining the mood.
That's my motherfucking job.
If the audio and the video, I'm gonna ask y'all this though, because this is something I won't know until after we get started. If the audio and the video seem unsynced, let me know. I'll try to see what I can to fix it, if that is an issue.
You wanna know why the audio and the video would be unsynced?
It's a little unsynced on my end, as a matter of fact.
Derik
So, we'll see, Retro. I gotta change mods, so we'll see what's up. And Zarati Karate, what's going on, bro? Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and lower some of my audio too, because it's a little loud. Actually, please, for the love of God, please give me some of that oxy or something.
What oxy?
The morphine.
Whoa.
Hey, I thought you were sleepy sleeps, babe.
Yeah. Psycho.
Hi, baby. Are you okay? That's my Zelda. You see my Zelda?
Yeah.
Say hi, Z. Turn around, babe. Say hi to everybody.
Stop.
What? Say hi, Z.
Hi.
All right. Anyways. There's no more, hon. You guys had all of them. I just had the last one. So let's get started, you guys. What? There's nothing else, babe. There's none. There are no more. I said there's no more. You want these? Oh, they're empty. I'll get you more tomorrow, I promise. Okay? Those are mommy's. So, the game is also very immersive. Can you actually turn up both you and the game? Is my audio low or what? Let me know. I want to know before we get started. I thought my audio was actually pretty high. I think my audio is high, Retro. Check your stuff first before anything else, please. Okay. Oh man.
Daddy.
Casey, Zelda, baby, no more snacks. You need to go to bed already, hon. Okay, give me a huggy though. Snacks tomorrow. I promise. Okay? 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 Say okay. Come here. Don't start crying, hon. There's no reason for you to be crying if I don't give you chips. Okay? Give me a hug. I love you. You're my baby. I love you very much. Now go lay down, hon. Okay? Ask mom. Maybe mom will give you something. I don't know. But I don't want to hear the game more than you. So is the game low then? Here, like I'll crank it up just a tad, but it's also very loud in my ears. It's fine. What's up, Freddy? Alright, so we're going to get started. So this game, like I said, is very immersive. There's no heads-up display. I was debating if I was going to turn on subtitles or not. But, like I said, if everybody takes the steps, if you're able to use headphones, I don't think that's going to be an issue. So let me know what y'all think, and let's go ahead and get started. Like I said, this is one of the saddest games I've ever played. I feel very strongly about that, so... My head really hurts, you guys. There's our remote. There's my remote. Oh, here it is. Yay. Alright, because I have the mute symbol on.
Hello. Who are you? Doesn't matter. Welcome. You're safe with me. I'll be right here. Nice and close so I can speak without alerting the others. Let me tell you about Senua. Her story has already come to an end, but now it begins anew.
What's happening? It's breathing. You know, she's getting closer. He can feel her coming closer. She's getting pouching.
This is a journey deep into darkness. There will be no more stories after this one.
What is she doing? Why is she doing this? They're watching. Why isn't she doing it? She's doing this for him. She wants to rescue him. He's already doing it. Feel you coming.
Oh, how rude of me. I never told you of the others. You hear them too, right? They've been around ever since the tragedy. That's not quite true. Some are old. Some are new. Changed. I think the darkness changed them, just like it changed her.
Can you see them? Over there? Why isn't she looking? Why aren't you looking?
Look. Up ahead. You see it too?
You promised you could.
Yes. It is real after all. She's finally arrived in the land of mist and fog. The place the Northern call Hell.
Turn back. Go back. It's not safe. Go back. It's not safe.
Oh yeah, they kick off the sound design real early, so. Because it really augments the atmosphere, and that's this game's bread and butter, is the atmosphere.
Look around and you'll see that. The drowned, the sick, the slain. Here they lie, rotting in the fields and rivers of hell. But the dead don't always lie still here. This is not a place of rest.
They're going to do that to you. Can you see them? Can you see them? They're going to do that to you.
They're watching.
Stop. Can you feel them watching?
They're watching her. They're watching her.
Eat the chips slowly.
Go back. Can you feel it?
What is she thinking? What is she thinking? I can tell you. She's afraid. Wouldn't you be? You'd think she would get used to it by now after so many years.
Where are they?
But the darkness. It just builds onto itself, growing stronger, towering over her. You might try and ignore it. Turn away. It's always there, just out of sight. Where you're most vulnerable.
Alright guys, let me know if y'all get an echo, okay?
It's like it knows that just enough light is all you need to see its suffocating power.
I don't know exactly like verbatim, or not verbatim, but like essentially she wants to bring
She's
her
brave to go on this journey on her own.
her lover. I feel like it's more significance than boyfriend, but not
Bravery only means something to those afraid of death.
but not like husband, because they don't say husband.
It was fear. It's far deeper.
Streaming schedule, I'm trying to keep my Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm trying to do that. I was gonna start streaming at 8, but I got caught up and I was making food and trying to set up this, so.
What is she looking at? What is she leaving behind? I know what she's thinking. I hear her thoughts. It's not too late to get into the boat and go back. No one will judge her. No one will ever know. Oh, she heard us. There's no going back. Senua pushes away a world that conspired to cause so much suffering. There's nothing to go back to, and worse to look forward to. Why don't you join us? Maybe you too have a part to play in this story.
So it's a bit of a lengthy intro, so to speak. And now I finally, after all that, have control over Senua. I think a lot of the more cynical people had an issue with it, but cynical people have issues with everything. That's why they're cynical. So.
You have to take a closer look to see. Why isn't she focusing? She needs to focus now.
She needs to use her eyes.
Do not forget my story, Senua. Because your darkness comes from hell, and your fate lies there. They say the burning of a corpse will take you straight to Hell's gate. But gods and the living will follow this path. You must leave the Isles of Orkney across the eastern sea and find a road that leads north and down into deep, dark valleys.
So this is...
Nights of riding,
Oh, if you go too far.
find a bridge covered in gold. The path to Helheim goes from there, across the river of Knives that flows from the dark world of Niflheim.
So she's going to Helheim. Niflheim is like the hell. Helheim is not... But the monoliths, they're the ones that actually have the,
Darkness is coming. Yearns for life. Hungers for it. Like a pack of wolves on a hunt. But she's not stopping.
There's no echo, Retro. You're the only one with an echo.
Not this time. Not this time.
Can you see it?
The land of mist and fog. The old fool was right. What was it he said? The river of knives across which lies the halls of hell. The place they call Helheim.
He's lost.
Where are you? I hear you. There's no doubt about it. The source of the darkness is in Helheim. And the goddess Hela holds his soul there. Her dear beloved. Dillian.
What is she doing? Why is she doing this? Why doesn't she tell about it? She's doing this for him. To rescue him. He's already dead. But his soul is in Helheim. His soul still lives. She needs to save his soul. She wants
I'm playing right now. I'm playing as her right now.
She needs to lay him to rest. He's already dead. She can save him. There's nothing she can do.
So Retro, again, she has psychosis. She has schizophrenia. She hears voices. She has visual and auditory hallucinations to the same degree where it's like she hears them in the same area as her, then she also hears them in her head, like a thought. She sees things, and the game utilizes this to incorporate into the gameplay. Like a lot of puzzles that you need to use in order to traverse certain sections of the game are dependent on how your hallucinations and your sense of perspective in a certain area can reveal an opening or a path that otherwise wouldn't exist, or a normal person without psychosis wouldn't see. Yeah, this is the game, Retro. This is Hellblade. This is Hellblade. Huh? Oh yeah, Casey often said that this game reminded her of Heavenly Sword, which is was one of the launch titles for the PS3. It was like the girl God of War. Very Nordic as well. Yeah. So again, you know, so a lot of these monoliths that you come across, you have to focus on them, and when you focus on them, she has a flashback to stories that she was told by a monk or a former cleric, and he would tell her stories that she is referencing to in order to try to traverse and to do this journey to get her Dylan back. Now, when I played before, all these runes that you see, all the little characters, the lettering in the ring, all the white ones are ones that I got. All the red ones are actually ones that I missed. So I actually didn't get every single monolith that there is to find in this game, as a matter of fact.
The Northmen speak 9 worlds. The world of men, the world of Midgard. Sky gods dwell in Asgard. The gods of earth, harvest, wind, and sea dwell in Vanaheim. The good elves dwell in Alfheim. The evil ones dwell in Svartalfheim. The mountain giants dwell in Jotunheim. The fire giants dwell in Muspelheim. Niflheim is the world of ice and darkness. Only the dead dwell in Helheim. And that is where you must travel.
That's it. That's the way.
Become the completionist 64. Why are my feet asleep?
Quickly go. You're in danger.
So another reason why I kept saying that I kind of like hold this game real close is because for a couple reasons. One of which is because that I when I first played this game, I played it when I was in the oil field. That was right before I started streaming, and since it's such an interpersonal journey,
No, this is it. The hidden path.
it resonated with me more because of that. Oh, and another thing too. At a certain point in this game, relatively early on, Senua gets infected with what's called the Dark Rot. It's a very interesting game mechanic. In the game, when Senua dies, well, she comes back. You know, you die, but you come back, you respawn, or what have you. That is, again, effectively suggesting that she's just recovering from falling victim to severe hallucinations as a result of her schizophrenia. Now the unique gimmick from this game is that she develops, again, like I said, what's called Dark Rot, which basically it's an interesting game mechanic where if you die a certain number of times, after a certain number of times, you die permanently in the game, and you have to start back at the very beginning. Now, my very first playthrough, I died quite a few times, but I never died enough to where I had to start over the game. But that is something that can give you a little bit of pressure, maybe a little bit of the anxiety that you can actually kind of value in a game. And again, like I said, it's really interesting. If you die so many times, you do end up dying for good. And then you'd have to start over from the beginning of the game.
Don't kill me. I'm not one of them. I was just hiding. I find I live longer that way. I'll never let the bastards catch me again. Never! Wait. Who are you? Just a memory.
Drew? Is that you?
For my tales of the Northmen, they call me Druth.
Druth, that's his name.
An old fool.
There you go, Retro.
Drink. It's drink.
It's good to see you again. You kept your vow.
In this life and the next, I will tell you my stories of hell. If I may walk with you.
Tell me your stories again, old friend. I'm listening.
The runes seal the gates to hell. Focus your inner eye, and you too will see what's hidden in plain sight.
I can see one.
Hold it in your mind's eye. Find one like it to open the gate.
Yes, I liked it, Retro. So check it out. To get past certain areas in the game, again, you gotta understand that everything is to be suggested as it's a limitation only in her mind. What normally would be a door that anybody can open, it's a door that she can't open until she connects the patterns. And she sees these patterns, and all this subconscious stuff turns into its own thing where she saw the rune prior, she's seen it before, but now she doesn't realize that it's something that she has to connect the dots with. So she has to find this rune, and you have to match it up with something that you see in the environment. So you see the shadow being cast on here, and basically do that. There's many times in this game where you have to do something similar. And now I'm able to open the gate. Hey there, Blue Rose, how you doing? I didn't know it was me right away until after I saw it for a second. I was like, oh.
Go through it. It's dangerous. Follow it. It worked.
I spent 6 years enslaved in hell, but I watched them, learned their ways.
I know you did.
You listened when everyone else laughed. My people paid the heavy price. Carry my stories with you, and together we will make the Northmen feel our fury.
Another voice joins us. She once tried to make them go away. Pretend they weren't real. What good is that? When we are always here. I guess it's the same as heights. You can stand on the edge, pretend it's going to be okay. But you know that death is near, waiting for you to make that little slip. You can't just push things away.
And I am controlling her. I am trying to balance her while I move her forward in order to keep her from falling.
If you fall, you will die.
I don't need a voice in my head to tell me that. How's it going, Hollow?
The world of the dead is ruled by the giantess, Hela, daughter of Loki. The gods feared her bloodline, bad on her mother's side and yet much worse on her father's. So, as a child, the All-Father cast her down into Helheim and gave her power over those who die of sickness, age, hardship, and self-slaughter.
She was the one
In
that
all
they
of the
fought in
9
the
worlds,
Thor Ragnarok movie.
Hela can resurrect the dead. To Hela, your Dillion was sacrificed, and with her you must bargain.
How you doing, Hollow? So like I said, man, if you guys are able to, get headphones. Ah, here we go. That's what I was talking about.
Stay back. Look at it. You have to open it.
The gate to Hellblade divides the living from the dead. Is that the face of Hela herself? The half-rotten goddess that rules over Helheim. Whatever horrors lie behind that door.
Kinda, yeah.
She must find it. Shh. Someone's here.
I'll give you what you want. I won't resist it. Just give him back.
Pay close attention. Oh, it's R1, okay.
They surrounded you. Strong enough. They will.
A vision of what's to come. Poor Senua. The darkness does not bargain, does not reason. It is wrought. And now it has taken hold. It will spread towards her head, the seat of the soul, until there is nothing left of her. All of her suffering will have been for nothing. As just a matter of time.
So this is the only time you actually see on-screen text. It's the only time that there's actually that meta of the developers conveying information to the player. The dark rot will grow each time you fail. If the rot reaches Senua's head, her quest is over. And all progress will be lost. Very heavy. And again, this is supposed to be an interpretation of falling victim,
The hardest battles are fought in the mind.
all in all, to her
That is what
psychosis.
Derik taught her. With every defeat, the dark rot will grow and soon it will take her soul. But for now,
Huh?
at least, she still has control of her mind.
I've thought about it. I might.
And she will fulfill her vow. Whatever the cost.
I might. Turn off the tip jar, just in case I can get footage later.
He's not right.
Listen to me, Senua. The goddess Hela lies behind the gate to Helheim. To open the gate, you must first face the gods that guard it. The god of fire, Zurt, and the god of illusion, Valravan. Spill their blood to open the gate to Helheim and enter the land of the dead.
The Northmen say that in the beginning there was nothing but darkness. Bitter cold to the north, fiery hot to the south. They say the cold formed ice, which melted from the sparks from the south.
Yeah,
The power of the darkness gave life to the dripping ice.
that's why I didn't put any subtitles.
Giant was born and was named Ymir. The ice continued to drip, and the power of the void gave life to it, and it became a calm.
Oh, there you go, Hollow.
Fire giant has answered. He comes from a land older than mankind. And the Northmen call upon his flaming sword to raise their enemies to the ground. Find him, Senua, and spill his blood.
She found the wretched old fool on her way back from the wilds. An outcast, was badly burnt all over. She took pity on him, for he was not long for this world.
Oh yeah, I got platinum on
Like
it.
her.
Hollow?
Like her.
Thought I said that.
Spoke
Thought I
of
told
his
you
own
that.
darkness. The Northmen.
But yeah, no, I finished Days Gone. I killed all the swarms and everything. Or the hordes, rather.
Senua. We each walk these lands, gazing towards different horizons.
Allah.
Some of
yeah.
us further than others. Your father cannot see what you see, but there is nothing wrong with seeing the world the way you do.
So she sees her mom in the waterfall.
You're close. It's finished.
Whew. It's been a minute. I forget the buttons. That's another thing about this game is it really throws you into it. You just have to figure out what does what. Square is, you know, your regular attack. Your triangle is your heavy. Circle is your melee, essentially, or your stagger, I guess you could say. R1's to block, and L1's to dash, and X is to dodge or roll. All these you got to figure out on your own. But it feels very, it's very immersive, and it's very rewarding when you kind of just use your faculties to be able to determine what it is that you have at your disposal without having to be taught. You learn through playing instead of through being taught, which is very interesting. A lot of games don't do that, especially these days.
Sweet, sickly stench of burning human flesh. And I still hear their cries carried in the wind. You hear them too, Senua?
Yes, I heard their screams, and I still hear them now.
Now, I haven't played this game in just over 2 years, you guys, so this is my first time revisiting it. So yeah, like I said, this is my first time actually like revisiting the game since then. So one of the reasons I hold this game real close is, again, like I mentioned, I played this game in its entirety when I was in the oil field, and since it's such a personal type of game, personal journey, so to speak, and I felt very isolated and alone when I was playing this game because I was in the oil field, and I'd never been away from family before like that. I'd never been away from everything before like that, so so this game kind of hit me all the harder at that time. But then also too, and a lot of people disagree with me or have their reservations, but I had a cousin who I'm confident in saying he had schizophrenia. And I don't know if he was ever formally diagnosed, but based on my interactions with him and my time I spent with him,
The path to hell is sealed.
and then my understanding of family on his mother's side, who's not related by blood to the family on my side, apparently it's something that kind of ran in his family, where there'd be, you know, he had family members that would have hallucinations and had similar symptoms of psychosis. Spending a lot of time with my cousin, it was really just, and you know, especially for the age, just kind of, it's so alarming how psychosis like this could just out of nowhere, and the person that you knew is gone.
When they first came to my lands, I knew enough of their tongue to beg for mercy. They took me as a slave. I wish now that they had slaughtered me like the others. I rode their storm of fire, death, slavery to many lands.
The darkness you speak of?
I know it well.
And I'm still here to fight it.
Yeah, the sound design of this game is epic. I actually feel like there's a storm outside. Wind's picking up. Down. Oh. Oh, they're rude too. They're not gonna wait for me to finish a fight with somebody else.
Get up quick! Get up quick! She's injured! Finish this! Finish this! Finish
Shit, I thought he was done.
Get up quickly! Get up quickly! She's injured! She can still She won't make it!
Damn. Come on. Get it together. Shit.
Finish this! Finish it now!
Alright, Retro, you be cool, man. See you in the next one, dude. Oh, man, you guys, my head. It wants to explode. I don't think it's how many hits they take. I think it's how much damage you can lay on consecutively.
When you see a fire gate of Surt, know that only a sacrifice will stoke the fires of Muspel, and let the dead walk through.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
By the way, Ninja Theory is the one that developed this game, and Ninja Theory is one of the oh, I gotta go this way, is one of the studios that Microsoft bought out, and they went on a shopping spree and they bought a lot of developers. Okay. Yeah, here we go. And you can just hear the crackling and popping of burning and kindling. I think I gotta touch it. I gotta do that. Yeah, so if you don't run through that part,
It was everywhere.
she'll die from smoke inhalation.
Maybe it was a test. Cert is through there.
Oh, spoiler alert, that's where I fight Cert,
How
as
will
a
she
matter
get
of fact.
through?
She'll need to find another way.
Truth, cert. Find your own path.
There's always another way.
There's always a way.
Find your own way.
You just have to find it.
Waiting for you. It was never going to be that easy.
He's waiting. Cert is waiting for you. Find him. The fire.
Yeah, so the eye bugging guy is Druth.
The Northmen tell this story. Before the earth was created, there was a world called Muspel. Because it was in the south, it was bright and hot, flaming, burning. Sparks that flew out from Muspel became the stars. Other sparks melted ice in the frozen world of Niflheim, creating the body of the first giant, Ymir. Muspel is one of the 9 worlds, and is now the land of the fire giants. And people from elsewhere cannot endure a journey there.
She needs to find it. Another fire sacrifice.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
No, I'm making it look bad. Once I get into it, I'm gonna be butt whooping, kicking butt.
It's
Whoop.
too far. It's too far.
She'll never find it. She'll never make her way back.
She needs to remember the way back.
What happens when she finds it?
Everything will burn.
Concentrate on where you're going. She needs to remember the path.
Everything will burn. Then how will she find the way back?
She won't. She won't be able to tell.
Oh, through this though. Yeah, here we go.
The Northmen made fire sacrifices, burning slaves like me to reveal the path to Surt.
I searched for meaning in their suffering, in their eyes.
But they just screamed like
Yeah, by Ninja Theory.
helpless pigs.
Hey, Cucamonga. What you doing, babe? Okay, give me kisses. So, how are you guys feeling about the game so far? Like, what are your all's first impressions? There we go. Take them on, babe.
Do your gods answer your prayers, Senua? I asked the gods for mercy. All of them, even theirs. None answered. In the end, I set myself free. To Defy the gods, Senua. Find your own, like I find mine.
My gods abandoned me.
I am alone. I am alone.
Find the fire, Senua. To follow the path to Surt.
Oh. Oh. I remember this. Okay. Everything's just charred, man. It looks like California wildfires. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Why timely? Ah, here we are. There we are.
The Northmen of Hell worship the Devourers, insatiable gods of darkness. I come from Erin, Senua, where I once followed my own gods, the Tuatha De Danann.
Why did you abandon the gods?
Senua, I was a man of knowledge, not a warrior. To survive, I did things. Bad things.
Like you, Senua. The man I once was has died. And when that happens, even gods you worship can die with you.
Right here. I remember the first time I played this, I was stuck here for a while. I couldn't find the R. I had to look it up like a noob. Mind you, I would have given myself the time to do it, but when you're doing 13-hour shifts in the oil field and you only get like 5 hours of sleep, you don't want to waste any more time than you have to, you know? Come on. Shit.
She's injured.
Because I got a delay. Oh.
You say your world has collapsed. Good. Good. Let it collapse. Let it collapse. And have the courage to shed your tears. Raise your world.
My dead.
Only then, as with a newborn, will you see the world anew.
No. I see nothing now.
Thought I was gonna eat it on that one, man.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
I was also stuck on this one for a bit too.
Tell me truth. How did you escape your darkness?
Senua, once I found my purpose, I was no longer enslaved to the suffering I had to endure to reach it. Unclouded by fear, I could see it clearly in others. Even my captors feared the fire of Surt. And so, during one raid, I took my chance and ran, knowing that they would not follow. A fool ran into the fire. They left me for dead.
That's why he was burnt.
But here I am, free.
I'm glad I found you in the wilds. I wouldn't have made it without you.
Yeah, that one was hard to figure out. I remember that. So usually when you see a lot of ruins in the area, like how I'm seeing right now, that usually is the telltale sign that I'm near. Well, in this case, the P. Here we are. And that's 2.
The Northmen believe that the world will be destroyed someday. They call
Ragnarok.
it Ragnarok, the destiny of the gods. Asgard will be attacked by Surtur and the fire giants. A monstrous wolf will swallow the sun, and the gods will fight in vain against their enemies. There is nothing they can do to prevent it, but Odin ever seeks knowledge and magic, hoping to find a way to postpone that dark day.
That was like the whole, that was like the whole thing behind, like God of War. Like the new one. The whole thing was like, he knows about it, but he wants knowledge. That's what the head, you know that head? The one that they carry around? They incorporate a lot of Norse mythology in The Witcher as well. All the Skelligans from Skellige basically mirror that Norse and Celtic. Talk about Ragnarok all the time. Now, for some reason, when I played this,
survive the fire of Surtur and escape my darkness. And so can you.
oh no, wait a minute, that's okay. So the first time I played this, I don't know if it was a glitch or what, the game was pretty new at the time. Every single time I did this one, I would die. And I think that I was supposed to, like, you'll see right now where I'll be running through flames, or slaloming rather, but I think there was a bunch of flames that I was running into that were invisible. So that was a potential glitch, and hopefully that's not the case these days. Yeah, I don't know how many times I heard that.
Run, Senua! Run!
See, that would always kill me every single time. So now a flashback, a memory.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry. This darkness takes everything. Everyone.
Senua.
Are you sure you want to do this? We can fight this together, side by side. We always do.
This is my battle. This is my battle.
This is supposed to be before the events of the main story take place. That's Dylan she's talking
I
to.
don't know. I don't know.
For how long?
I don't know. I don't know.
So in the development, they talk about how when individuals would have schizophrenia, which back in the day nobody knew what the fuck it was, of course, right? That's why a lot of people got ostracized, you know. But for people, I guess I want to say Ireland or wherever this takes place in, Norway, I suppose, either or. They would go for like a self-searching journey in the woods. That would be part of it. So she left. She left her village,
I promise.
which is where she met Druth. She left her village to try to remedy the darkness. The darkness is her schizophrenia. And she did this, and that's when she met Druth. And that's certain. Straight out of Silent Hill.
Destroyed everything, everyone, but not me. Fight now, fight now.
He's on fire! He's not easy, man. Man, my wrist get tight. My forearm.
For every battle won, a greater battle takes its place. And so it goes. Until we fall.
So yeah, go take it to mom.
the end,
You're pushing on everything.
We all fall.
Here.
Even the gods have their time. Yet we still go on.
Take it to mommy.
Why?
I made a promise.
Close it up, baby.
And I will go to hell to keep
I
it.
die. Free. Knowing you will carry my stories with you. I have fulfilled my quest.
Yes, you have.
When darkness comes, I vow to guide you in this life and the next, to fulfill yours.
Then I will see you in hell.
Be ready to face horror in the eye, as I have, to find your answers, your quest, the truth.
So that was Cert. So we're about what, just under an hour and a half in. So my first playthrough, that just getting this far was a few hours at
Truth
least.
was a troubled man. Scholar turned slave. They tortured him. Took him with them on their raids. Drove him to madness. Spreading this new form of darkness to new worlds. To my world.
Doesn't look like that's loaded, does it? So there's still another. The other one's definitely more trippy. I think I could do either one in either order. It was Cert, and then the other one, which I forget, but basically it's like a raven person or a raven guy, and that one's really trippy because he's the god of illusion or whatever, which definitely harbors a lot of her schizophrenia.
And the darkness. His tales of hell were true. Then that was the source of it. She learned everything she could from him. Until she too could see what he saw.
Oh wait, wrong turn. Wrong turn. I really hope for y'all's sake y'all are wearing headphones, because
Serious question. When the illusion of self is shattered, you simply cease to be. Though it may not seem that way to others, you know when it is true. You can feel it.
this game, for those who are interested, is also available on Xbox as well as Switch. Of course, it's not nearly as detailed on Switch, but that's dependent on the person, how that could mess with your immersion. I feel like if you haven't played it on the Xbox or the PlayStation or on Steam, I don't know if it's on Steam or not, but I feel like if you haven't played it beforehand, if your first experience with this game would be on Switch, I don't think it would ruin your experience because you don't have any actual in-person comparisons to draw with the graphical fidelity of that game or that version to another version. So again, it wouldn't be it would not be a distraction, and henceforth I don't think it would negatively affect your impression of the game. Again, if it's your first experience, your first time with the game.
Vengeance! He's down! Finish it! Let them surround you.
I got a little ass Senua fighting these big ass behemoths. Yeah, man. Got him.
She can't. She's only done one test. Just one. She's only done one test. What's the other test? Is there another one? There must be. The gate won't open. Druid said Valravan. Dark magic. Valravan. Druid said Valravan. No, he didn't.
Valravan.
She can sense the coming. She has to challenge Valravan.
Valravan, ancestor of the seers and master of ravens. He hunts his prey with his powers of illusion and feasts on their remains. Follow the path to Valravan and defeat him in battle to earn his mark. The gate to Helheim cannot be opened without it.
Take mommy a diaper, you stinky butts. Hold on a sec, you guys. I want to check on my Tort real quick, make sure she's okay. Here. Alright. We back at it again. The voices, man. The voices. Okay. So first impressions of the game so far, you guys. What do y'all think?
Ymir was a frost giant, a being of darkness, and all his sons and grandsons were dark after him. Of his daughters and granddaughters, some were monstrous, but others fair. But there was another who came from the ice. Buri. In shape, he was like a man, big and powerful. His son, Bor, took a fair giant to be his wife, and they had 3 sons. Odin was the eldest, and the Northmen hold him to be the foremost of the gods, the All-Father.
I never played Shadow of the Colossus. It's a game that I do want to play at some point, especially since they remade it. What do you mean summary? What did you, man? What did you see, Freddy? What did you see? Hey, tell mom to change your diaper. Go change your diaper, Stinky. Go, Stinky.
Yeah, Papa.
Alright, so Freddy. Our main character is Senua. Senua has psychosis. She has schizophrenia. So everything around you that you see may or may not actually be there. Hey there, Richie. How you doing, man? I also like what the developers are trying to go for. They always make it seem like in the media, not in media, but like in entertainment media, that they always demonize individuals with psychosis, and it's too easy to ostracize an individual because of you know, issues like psychosis that they have no control over, and I think that's what it's trying to get across is, you know, to maybe be a little bit more, you know, I guess just be mindful of what an individual can go through and try to be understanding, because that would be the only real way to, I guess, help one with psychosis, I suppose.
Illusion hides the path to Valravn. Don't trust your eyes. Find another way to see the truth.
Your wipies? You guys, give me a real quick second, okay? I'm gonna take a real quick break here, and I'm gonna go help little girl with her diaper. I'll be right back. Stay tuned, you guys. Sit tight. And stay tuned. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Okay, guys, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I was on diaper duty, but it's all good. You know what it is. Dad64. Damn, it's warm in here, man. Oh, I don't know if that's just giving me a headache or what the hell. Let me just take a sip of my agua. Okay. Okay, so we're back at it. Okay, so Valravn is very interesting. I think it's a very interesting segment of the game. Not to say that the game, the game in general is very interesting, but I think Valravn is definitely a good, section of the game that really accentuates her psychosis.
It's a door. No, it's a door. No, it's not. Push it. Push it. Push it. Push it. Push it. Come on. Come on. Push it. Push it. She did it.
Oh yeah, so this is really interesting. I really like how they utilize this mechanic. Again, it pays to like her interpretation of what reality is, and again, everything changes based on her perspective. You see that? Look at that. Like, watch. I think that's crazy. That's freaking awesome. It's like, is there like, so was there never a door there? Was there never a wall?
Once we do, we mostly just close our eyes again and pretend what we saw was never really there.
Valravn compared to Cert is much more difficult in my opinion. He's a lot more involved as far as what you have to do to fight him.
Senua never could close her eyes. However hard she tried, begged. This is the price she pays for seeing things differently. Because once you gaze into the relentless darkness, all that lurks within it can see you too.
There's a section of the game where you actually do trudge through like an actual physical manifestation of I guess what she assumes what the actual darkness is, and there's monsters actually lurking around in the darkness, and probably the most terrifying thing about it to me, because I think that part is actually the most scary part of the game, and I think a lot of other games, I think that particular part can surpass the terror of a lot of other actual horror games, because like you actually see these weird things moving around in this very dim type of twilight, but the thing is everything's out of focus, so you can't actually make out 100% what it is that's moving around in the darkness, and that really does make you feel so fearful. It's very impressive. It puts me in awe knowing that it can invoke that type of feeling from me. It's very well done.
Don't let them get behind you.
Big tree fall hard.
Behind you.
Shit.
She's hurt. She's injured.
I think Dylan was real. I think Dylan was real. Because they do have flashbacks. She does have flashbacks.
The Northmen will not stop her.
Here's what you gotta understand about schizophrenia. Schizophrenia isn't just normal hallucinations. Schizophrenia will perverse what you actually see and what you actually think. It's a perversion of actual reality, which is, again, because you know, the hallucination is a perversion of what's actually there. In essence, that being said, it's an extension of what reality is from the perspective of that person. When you saw the door, right, and then when you pass through that wreath, that basically is the veil of being able to go down the path. The door, in essence, isn't real, but the doorway is real. The tunnel is real. The path is real. Psychosis is very easy to become more severe to an individual based on, of course, obvious stuff. Anxiety, depression, a lot of negative emotions. And Dylan was, for her, something therapeutic, relieving. It was an exit for her darkness. It was something for her to realize that there isn't just darkness. Dylan is the one who actually taught her how to fight. Dylan was, I believe, a warrior who was able to learn combat. She was a shut-in because her father was ashamed of her. Her father was ashamed of her and never really let her out in the village. So they knew who she was. They knew, you know, the villagers knew who she was, knew who her father was. They knew why she wasn't out. So they really never got a chance to actually interact with her. Dylan was the first person to actually really take it upon himself to have an exchange with her. And this is something, and this is something that the game really tries to, you know, use in order to put you in the feet of Senua, you know. Choke slam, what's going on, choke slam? And Richie, you got schizophrenia? Man, dude, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, you know, I don't mean to, I don't know. I don't want to, like, undercut you and then somehow, like, you know, make it come off as a bad thing. I just, like I said, my cousin had it, and it was so hard to, you know, it's because it just, I feel like, you know, it comes out of nowhere. You know, it comes out of nowhere. He was always, like, super funny growing up and everything, and just out of nowhere, bam. You know, it just, he wasn't the same person anymore. That'd be a lazy... Yeah, see, that's another thing, too. You have a game that incorporates schizophrenia, but they also do it in a very creative way that really tries to make something of a story. Because they can also... I mean, if they wanted to, they can use schizophrenia and use it in a way that actually made the game really lazy. You know, you can... I mean, it's so easy to make the game a very lazy... I don't know, Matrix kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? Not saying that the Matrix is lazy, but, like, just anything can be and is be. Know what I mean? Well, but they don't do that with this. They don't do that. Richie, I mean, if you don't mind my asking, is it something new? I remember you said you were, you had got yourself admitted a while back when you were, like, MIA. Was that, like, because it was the first time it happened, or you had already known about it prior? I'm just curious. Because I remember my cousin had all these symptoms, and he was just, like, it wasn't, it's so weird how to explain it because it's so obtuse. You know, there was always a they. There was always someone. But he could never really give me specifics. He could never be specific. but he always felt like he explained everything he needed to explain to me for me to understand what it is that he was feeling. He was convinced that somebody was following him. He was convinced that people were out to get him. And it doesn't help that when he wasn't, you know, suffering from psychosis, that he was already kind of, you know, a little narcissistic, in the sense that he always had to be like the center of attention. He was, well, not the center of attention. He was more like, I told him this. He was always, I always say that he was like, he always liked being at the center of his own play. You know, he could be very dramatic, and he could be very outspoken, for better or for worse. So I you know, I don't think his actual natural personality didn't really do well with, you know, someone who was suffering from psychosis. It's a fidget spinner.
The power of illusion comes from ravens. Align the ravens to break his magic seal.
Show me what you have seen, Truth.
Look how much it's changed.
Oh, yeah, over here. Oh, wait a minute. I think because I walked through here, right? Oh, no. Yeah, no, I'm just an idiot. I don't know. Would you guys be like, would you guys want me to do a review on this game? It'd be the, I mean, I could. I do not have a problem with that. I feel like I'm enamored with the game enough to try to have a serious review.
To break the seal, align the ravens with the mark of Valravan.
Most of your life? Wow.
Something's happened. Something shifted. Can you feel it?
I do. I'm impressed with the level of I'm just impressed with the level of detail, the attention, the care that was involved in the game. That's really what makes such a great game. Even with a game like this that you mentioned doesn't have a lot of replay value. A game, in essence, cannot have a lot of replay value, but if the game can leave an impression because of the subject matter that it chooses to undergo, I think that in itself is enough of a reason for, despite the actual objective perspective of saying that there is no replay value, in the sake of what you would consider replay value in the traditional sense of the word, which again I agree with. At the same time, I think if you choose to replay a game again, despite the replay value of trying to do something in a different, trying to do it in a more open-ended route, if you can have such an impression put on you from what the game gives you as a whole, and it's not going to be different anytime. I think that in itself, I think that's why you can watch a movie more than once, right? Like especially with movies, like movies never change, it's always going to be the same thing. But if you like it enough, for whatever the individual person, whatever reasons they feel they like it, to the point where they can enjoy it however many times having seen it, I feel like in that aspect it can be harder for games as a whole to do that without being able to provide somewhat different experiences every single time. Senua Hellblade doesn't really do that. Senua doesn't really offer a different experience every time. At least, you know, because it's a very linear game, because it's very narrative driven, of course. Very linear games, or very narrative driven games, are always, or almost always, very linear. But, you know, like in the case of, well, I think I can equate that to like The Last of Us. The Last of Us is very linear. It's not open-ended at all. But it's very heavy on its narrative, and I think, again, like if games like that, their storytelling is compelling enough to leave an impression on you, that in itself is a major factor in an individual's entertainment, and that will translate to the appreciation of an individual who would in turn become a fan and then want to reindulge by replaying it again, regardless of knowing that it's going to be the same experience, because experiencing the same thing again is still something to enjoy. You know what I'm saying? So, and Senua Sacrifice does that phenomenally well. You know, I reserve the right to use that same explanation in a potential review down the road, if I decide to do it. Is that a mimosa tree?
Another game. You know what to do. Stay back. Stay back. It's not safe. Listen. Don't. You can do it. You can touch it.
To break the sea, align the ravens with the mark of Valravan.
What does it mean? Which ravens?
So I gotta get up there?
Can't you see? Can't you see?
Yeah, I gotta get up there.
Line up the ravens.
Alright, so look. So these poles, they're the essential doorway that changes things, I think. Oh, see, but it also depends on what side you go. Oh yeah, you see him here too. Yeah, he's right there. It's super creepy.
Challenge me. Challenge me.
He's gone. He disappeared. Where did he go? Where is he? It was your fault. Listen, focus.
Wait a minute, what if I... Yeah, okay. Not yet, it's a little bit further ahead. Oh yeah, this shit. I actually, so when I was in the oil field, I was playing this game, and I was living in a hotel room, and I would have like the curtains up, and I would have the lights out, and I would have the headphones on, and it would, this part scared me. This part made me uncomfortable. This part did make me uncomfortable. And I almost stopped. I almost tried to like get out of it by taking the headphones on. I was like, nah. I was like, it's very rare when a game can actually give me these physiological responses. I should revel in it, you know? Can I climb shit? It's weird because you get close to it. Oh, it's right here. I'm all stupid. Yeah? First time I didn't even bother like zooming in because I didn't know that was him. Didn't bother zooming in because I didn't know that was him. Looks like somebody out of Bloodborne.
Is she lost? Is she lost? Wouldn't be the first time. Last winter, before the tragedy, she journeyed into the wilds of her native land, living with berries, roots, and rabbits. It's not uncommon, you see. We call such a person a Gelt. Some, like truth, become Gelt in search of penance. Others, like Senua, to purge a curse. Those who make it back, are forever changed.
Yeah, so the voice is kind of using the exposition, explaining how, you know, people like Senua, you know, go out in the wild, and this is an attempt, again, like I mentioned, to alleviate the psychosis.
She can get up now. She can get up. What's happening? She can get up now. How can she get up?
What?
Must be magic.
Oh.
A trick. Raven. How can she get up? Wait. It's him. Dark magic draws her closer. It's not. He's helping her. It's not him. It's a trick. She's doing it. He's not tricking her. It's magic. It's an illusion.
See another like attention to detail. You see things, but then when you actually deliberately try to address it, to call its reality into question, it disappears like it was never there. So it's trying to correlate with that subconscious as opposed to actually, you know, be a focal point. Because for something to be just kind of there in the ambience versus something that you have your focus on, it's so much easier for the brain to be tricked and fooled and to be convinced that something is there just in its ambience. But to actually try to call attention to it is where the actual psychosis becomes to kind of fall apart, because it can't be persistent when you're actually focused on it. Then again, I mean, I wouldn't know for a fact, but that's why I imagine psychosis is so debilitating, because its ever-presence is dependent on how you can't constantly be focusing on everything all at once. Blackout Chaos, Damien? Is that you? You know, I never looked over here. I don't know if there's like a monolith. I think those migraine pills finally kicked in. Still got a bit of a headache, but I think this is as good as it's gonna get. Yeah, immediately, like, I'm reminded of God of War. Again, the new one.
We picture fear, and we think of a shadow in the woods, creature in the night. If only it were that simple. The worst kind comes without warning, a deep and primal signal from within. A reminder that just because you cannot see the threat, it doesn't mean that it's not already here.
She can't go in there. Behind there? Baravan is there. She has to find another route.
Truth says there's always another route.
Find a way. Go round. Find your own path.
Alright, Damien. Thanks for hanging out, dude, for at least for just a little bit, man. I appreciate you, little cuz. You be cool, you stay safe, man, and hopefully we'll see you on another stream, okay, buddy? You take care and get some rest. In some ways, this game wants me to have. Oh, haha! If they hit you again while you're down, it's over. Or no, never mind. Wow, first death. And it grows. And my first playthrough, it got all the way up to like my shoulder. You can start seeing it creep up on my neck. Because already by this point, I had died quite a few times, a lot because of that fire area.
Behind you!
Son of a bitch!
Quick! Get on! She's hurt! She won't make it! She's injured! She'll do it! Stop them!
Yeah, no shit, I'm stuck.
She's so weak, they can see you're weak. Quickly get up! She's hurt. She won't be good.
I was pinned.
It's not. Behind you! It's nearly over.
Okay. This game does make me want to have another Bloodborne.
The Northmen say that Odin and his brothers killed Ymir, and that the world of men was formed from his corpse. They made his bones into stone, and his flesh into earth, and his blood into the salt sea. They set his skull to be the bowl of the sky, with his brains for clouds. Odin and his brothers caught the sparks flying from Muspel and made them into stars. And to protect the new world from the giants, they used Ymir's great curving eyebrows as walls.
So weird. Oh, I think this might be it. Yeah, no turning back now.
Do you know what it's like to leave everything behind? Your home, loved ones, to head deep into the wilds, perhaps never to return.
Again, about her leaving her village.
Senua does. Because when darkness speaks, it changes everything. Turning home into a foreign land and loved ones into strangers. Exile makes sense when you realize that you were never really home in the first place.
The Northmen say that Odin is always in search of knowledge and wisdom and magic. There was a very wise being named Mimir, who guarded the waters of wisdom which flowed from the roots
Mimir.
of the trees.
That's the head.
Odin wished to drink from this spring, but he had to pay a price. So he gouged out his own eye as offering to Mimir. He drank from the well and traded one way of seeing for another.
Yeah, see, that's Mimir. That's the guy that's bound to the tree in God of War. Where Kratos and boy, Atreus take the head off. That's Mimir. Why did you play such a creepy game when alone in the fields? It had just came out, and I heard a lot of good things about it. And I heard about the subject matter, and of course I was thinking about our cousin, you know who, and I guess the game in a lot of ways hit a little closer to home for me than it probably would have for a lot of other people, for the fact that, again, it's such a lonely journey. And again, I felt really isolated kind of being out there, but I felt more attached to the experience. And then again, because of our cousin, you know, I was kind of just seeing on the other side of the fence what the experience is like. Remember when we never thought, like, remember when games, like, we were like, nah, games would never look like this. There's no way they could look like this. I tagged you in an OK Boomer thing, by the way. I don't know if you got it or not.
The song Raven. Raven's song. It's over here. It's over here. Is there? It's over there. No, it's here. There's two. Listen, focus. It's magic. This reminds us of the forest. Which forest? The wilds. She went to the wilds a long time ago. She wanted to fight her own darkness. She thought she could beat her own. Did she beat her darkness?
See, that's another like characteristic that I've heard, that when the voices talk to you, or they're just talking, they have a very weird way that they enunciate things. The afflictions in their sentences, they peak at funny parts.
She came to beat her own darkness and marry But it didn't work. She thought her curse would affect him. She thought her curse would spread to him. She thought she'd bring the darkness to him too. She nearly died. She thought the curse made her tainted. Druth helped her.
Okay, so this might be like the first little wall. I'm having a hard time remembering what to do exactly here. No, you can only use your sword when you get into a fight. There we go. Oh, there you go. So I know where to go. I just need to figure out how to get there. How come? Do I gotta run all the way through the other one? I know what I did, don't care. there's this show. It's on Netflix. I think it's still on Netflix. It's a really popular show. As a matter of fact, I think they tried to reboot it, and I imagine it was a flop because I haven't heard anything about it since the supposed reboot. But there's a show called Prison Break. And in the very beginning of the series, well, essentially, the main guy is trying to break his brother out of prison because he's being convicted of murder. He's getting the death penalty, so he's trying to break his brother out of prison. And he has this whole grand plan to get out of the prison, and he did architecture, and he tries to memorize the floor plans for he tries to remember the floor plans for the prison, but he can't. So what he ends up doing is he turns the floor plan into a tattoo, and he has his whole body tattooed, basically from his wrists all the way throughout his whole upper body. And he uses the tattoo, and he has it changed to look like a tattoo instead of like a floor plan, but he remembers how the tattoo transitions into a floor plan. And at the prison that he's at, it's conjoined with a psych ward, and he ends up getting admitted to the psych ward in order to, it's part of his prison break plan. And his roommate, or his cellie, basically, his cellie, not roommate, his cellie, he's one of the psychs, or one of the people in the psych ward, basically. He's one of the people that, but they get pills and stuff, but he doesn't take his pill, he always spits it out. And I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he does have some form of psychosis. I don't know if it's schizophrenia or not, but he actually sees the tattoo, and he knows, he sees the algorithm that's there. He sees that it's a floor plan. He sees that it's a map. He's like, what's your tattoo? It's a map. Where does it lead? Class in session. Sensei Raid. Sensei Raid gets some. How's it going, Space Engineers? Sensei Rain. How's it going, Sensei? Appreciate you, man. Welcome to the stream, dude. What were you playing? And thank you so much, Space Engineer, for coming through on that raid. I got boogers, you guys. Give me a second. Fuse for Seasons were good. I got my wife the whole box set like way long time ago. So if we ever don't have internet, we can do it. What show movie we're talking about? So thank you so much for coming through, Sensei. Once again, I really appreciate that. You guys, if you guys haven't had a chance, check out Sensei Rain. He streams too. I haven't taken the time, Sensei, to check out your channel yet, man. I've been so busy with my sick tortoise in that crate back there, as well as some other stuff I got going on. But I did subscribe. I have like checked out some of your archives. I just haven't been able to check out your stuff live, so I do apologize about that. And Fire Emblem, that's another thing. I plan on playing that. We're talking about Prison Break. Have you ever heard of the show Prison Break? I don't know if it's on Netflix anymore or not. It was on Netflix for the longest time, if it isn't. But Prison Break. I'm just talking about, okay, so we're playing Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, and she has psychosis. She suffers from schizophrenia. And a lot of the development in this game would talk about how people with psychosis are able to, or people with schizophrenia tend to see patterns in otherwise normal stuff. And that's how a lot of the gameplay elements are incorporated into this game. It's very unique, a very unique gameplay element.
Say you must sacrifice in order to receive. They tell how the runes were revealed to Odin only in sacrifice. He hung himself from the world tree, and he stabbed himself with a spear, and he dedicated the sacrifice to himself. For 9 nights he hung on the tree without food or drink, and at last he saw the runes below him. He gave a cry, and gathered them in his mind, and he learned. Then he fell from the tree.
Playing Fire Emblem, huh? First year of college were huge fans of Prison Break. It was a big deal for them. Yeah, Prison Break is great, man. Like, I got my wife the whole box set Blu-ray, man. She was like, she had like such a huge crush on what's his face, the main guy. And he's gay. It turns out he's gay. I was like, ha. I was like, well, there goes your plan B. But yeah, no, it's a good show though, man. It's a really good show. And I just remember that particular part. I mean, you know, to coincide with what we're talking about in this game, the guy that's in the psych ward is able to see the patterns and stuff. And you know, it's not unlike Senua, who's like, again, like the gameplay elements involved, you know. So the whole game, really? This is my first time playing the game in just over 2 years. I played it around the time it came out when I was in the oil field back in 2017. And I kind of hold it close as a game that had a lot of influence on me in the fact that I was by myself when I was in the oil field. So this game had, you know, I felt a lot of that personal, that solitude in the journey, that weight of it. But then also I have a cousin, or I had a cousin who suffered from schizophrenia, and you know, I see a lot of the gameplay elements and a lot of the basically a lot of the things that are involved with Senua's psychosis that oh, I know what to do. I see a lot of the symptoms of the psychosis that Senua suffers from. I remember my cousin would basically have the same basically the same hindrances, the same symptoms. Yeah, man, but this game is great. I might have to do a review on it at some point because I find myself having a lot to say about it. Okay, so if I go this way... I don't think I could do it in 7 hours. Maybe I could do it in 7 hours since I already played it before. Because let's see, we're about 2.5 hours in. I know my very first time playing this, so it had to have been at least double that much when I was at this point. Game took me a couple days to do. It was all I played at one point. There we go. Yeah. Now I should be able to get to the stairs. When'd you play it? When's the last time you played it? Like, when did you stream it? Yeah, I'm not planning on beating this at one sitting, that's for sure. I only do long streams like that if, I only plan on doing that if,
The ravens. They've gone. No. Half of them have gone. They've gone. Some is gone. But where? No, ravens helping. He's not helping. It's a trick. Quiet. Quiet.
Out in the wild, in the cold winter woods. She no longer felt fit for this world. She almost gave in to the darkness. She remembered Dillian's words. She remembered her promise. She resolved to fight on, and kill and bend whichever come part of it.
last year, October? Oh, okay. Yeah, the October before that is when I had played it. Was that your first time playing it or no? Yeah, the game does have a lot of weight, man. I know it's definitely it definitely can weigh down your psyche, man. I can imagine it's got to be very mentally exhausting if you're doing it in one sitting. It makes one appreciative of their sanity. Imagine having to deal with this really on a regular basis. That's just gotta be its own personal hell, man. It really does. I gotta find my way up there. Yeah, this part is a big old zigzag. The voices are making fun of me. That's him right there. Okay. I think. Ah, yeah, that's right. I was a little late to the party for Xbox. And now it's on Switch. I saw a bridge. The boar. Which one was that one? Are you talking about Cert? I don't remember the boar. Let me see if I can get this thing to materialize a damn bridge. Yeah, because Val Raven's like the god of illusion or something. So this guy's glowing. I don't remember. I'll probably like be like, ah, that thing. Just bear with me, guys. I'm trying to figure out this puzzle. Because that's what this is, basically a puzzle. I'm seeing light over here. I feel like that's part of it. Oh! Yeah, oh! Oh! There we go. Cool, cool, cool. So visceral. I'm trying to remember. Another reason that why I'm playing this too is I wanted to bring it up because I ask people sometimes, and I was asking in a previous stream, I said, what's the saddest game y'all ever played, I asked. And I always say that, but the way the games kind of are as a whole and how they end especially, this game and Firewatch, to me, are the saddest games I've ever played. Like, it ended with like such a melancholy, heart-heavy type of mood. Not mood, just, you know, impression. I really thought it was a really sad ending for both games. I really think it's such a trip how they utilize the these portals, essentially. Just passing through them like in real time changes the environment in order to you know, utilize it in a puzzle. You know, I've never played any Fire Emblem games, and that's because Roy was my main back in my Melee days. The next boss fight before Hella. I remember Hella. But I guess I just don't remember let's see if I do this. I don't remember before. Like, I remember these two, and then after that I really don't remember a whole lot. There we go.
Broke. The gate is open. Open.
The rope.
There is no such thing as victory when it comes to the darkness.
Yeah, this game is definitely not for casuals.
Yet, you'll know it, biding its time. Only when she is at her weakest will it strike to kill. Will she find Dillion before her time comes?
Dude, I never picked them up back in the day on the Advance just because I didn't have one. I never got on the GameCube, never got on the Wii. I just totally missed out, man. Looks like one of the monsters from the Dark Crystal. You know, those bird things. Ha! Now we're here. Here's the boss room. Hey there, Frankie. How's it going, man? Oh, we're playing Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. But how you doing tonight, man? How was your weekend?
Overcome Valravan's final illusion to face him in his keepers. I know you can do it, Senua. You have the sight.
We both see the darkness. We can fit together.
But does Druth have schizophrenia too, or was he just a drifter that she came across?
Speak to me, Drew. Speak to me, Drew. Tell me a story. Tell me a story.
Senua, listen. I will tell you the tale of a man called Findan. The Northmen captured Findan's sister, and his father sent him to pay for her release. But they took his gold, put him in chains, and held him for a day and a night without food or water. Then they released him. I don't know why. Upon his return, his father's enemies in Erin set fire to his home. His father burnt to death, and his brother was killed. But he escaped with sorrow in his heart. His father's enemies offered redress for his loss and invited him to a feast that was at a hall near the sea.
But when he went there, they betrayed him to the Northmen, who enslaved him and took him to hell. 6 years later, his slave masters landed on the shores of Orkney, burning all before them. And into that fire, Findan made his escape. What was Findan burnt away that day. But from the flames, a new man stepped forward, and Druth was born. Druth, the man that I am now.
There it
Findan
is.
never set eyes on his dear sister again. I, Druth, have found you, Senua.
I wish you could have seen my home before these dark times.
Yeah, like, what do I remember, like, after this, and then I kind of remember, like, the shore and the tree, and she's trying to get the sword, and I remember the dark part. That's, like, my favorite part, where, like, you have to get through the dark part and avoid the monsters. I thought that was an ingenious way of implementing fear and horror in a game. That's very, very, because it's dark, but you can see. And there's monsters and enemies, and you know where they're at, and you see where they are, but you can't make them out because they're out of focus. And to get closer is for them to become more clear, but also to incur more fear because you're trying to avoid them. It's very well implemented. And Frankie, this is on I'm playing on the PS4, but it's on the Xbox, it's on the Switch. And Sensei, I don't know if you know or not, but I believe it's also on PC. I'm not 100% sure. And I didn't know you were a band player, Frankie. That's cool, dude. Sleepy time, right? Hey, Sensei, thank you so much for the raid, bro. Really appreciate you coming and showing some love, dude. You be cool, you stay safe. And hopefully we'll catch you on the next one, dude. If not, I'll catch you, man. But until then, take care, bro. Get some rest. And it is on PC. What's the difference? What are your friends about? Oh, well, still, man, all the same. Still cool. so I can't get past for Xbox. Okay. Am I trying to climb up there now on that tree? Oh goodness, what? So much rain. I'm gonna get sick. Gosh, it's warm in here, man. Okay, alright. Let's take this from the top. Go back. Run up here. Run up the ramp. Run up the tree. Huh. There we go. Oh, I had to run back. Wow, I had to go all the way around just to do this part. Okay. Don't want to fall here. I don't know.
Broken. The gate is open.
This darkness. I know it from the wilds. It's coming back for me.
Oh shit.
I'm still here.
This part's crazy.
Are you too? Are you too? Where are we? Where are we? I remember. I remember. It didn't end well in the wilds. It never does. It never does. You think you can overcome the darkness, make sense of it, make sense of it. And once relief settles in, strikes out of nowhere, throwing you helplessly back into the maelstrom, drowning the mind in fear, deeper, dragging you down so far into the void that maybe this time there is no coming back. But there, in the darkness,
Senua.
and she remembered what you told her.
Hear me. Reach out to me. Senua. Take my iron mirror. Look into it. For it is a window into the underworld. Within, you will see the face of the darkness that you fear. And if you focus, I have taught you to, you will also see that as much as the darkness has you trapped within its veil, it too is trapped within yours. Focus.
I see you. You led me to the wild. You trapped me there.
Those guys are tough. But I didn't get a full understanding of the fundamentals.
Quickly get up.
Up.
She's hurt.
Ah! Damn it. I still forget the buttons. Oh, that was lucky.
Finish it now.
It's not over.
Done. Shit. Damn it. shit! That's your done!
She's hurt. She's injured.
But not this time! Not this time!
The Mark of Valravan, one of the keys to the gate to Helheim. Hold it in your mind's eye.
With every battle, the darkness grows stronger. Every victory bringing her closer to defeat. Unfair, isn't it? In those dark winter nights in the wilds, there were times when she considered letting go. If it weren't for truth, a chance encounter in the wilds, she would not have heard his stories, the Northman. And she would not have this chance to find Dillion's soul.
I'm coming. I still hear you.
We did it. We beat Valravan. He's tough, man. But he's definitely more fun and more interesting to fight than Surt is. Surt's just like a big regular enemy that takes more hits. Valravan actually feels like a fight.
When she was younger, she would lay in the grass and stare at the clouds. And then she saw them, elusive, shifting faces. After a while, she could see the face of everything. The trees, the mountains.
Yeah, like they're doing it again.
Caves.
Eyes.
you see the faces too? They're there. If you look for them. Senua.
Mother.
Senua, you have the sight. Just like I do. Once you can see into the underworld. The underworld and all the souls within it will see you. Don't be afraid when they speak to you. I will always be here to guide you.
See, so like that's the thing. Like I believe, schizophrenia is hereditary or relatively hereditary. It's like dementia, as a matter of fact.
A healer. She taught Senua to weave that binds the world together. And it was beautiful. It was a time before the darkness. But when it did come, it first came for her. Senua still sees her face from time to time, hidden in the wall. Like she's still watching over. She misses her so much.
Well, we just finished the first big part of this game, being Cert and Valravn, in order to progress, to make an effort to get to Helheim. And now we can actually make it to that bridge that we saw at the beginning of the game. Yeah, here we go.
The mark of Valravn and the mark of Cert. You may cross the bridge over the River of Knives to Helheim.
Why is she waiting? Open the gate. Open the gate. No, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Don't open the gate. Just don't. She's done it. It's so dark. It's dark. The dark. Only the dead may cross. Only the dead may cross.
Truth? Anyone?
There is no one here but me.
Yeah, the voice.
Did you think that I would let you go? That you lost me back in the wilds? I will never let you go. You can't get rid of me. I am your shadow. And I will be watching when you draw your last dying gasp.
I'm not ready to die.
You will be when you see what they did to your dear beloved. In this waking nightmare, where all dreams come true, you searched for control. A way to pull through. When you were in love, you left him in tears to smother your fury and banish your fears. But in darkness they came, through stormy black seas they raided these shores. Do you still hear his screams? And now that you're home, he's so far away. They've taken his soul. To these gods you cannot pray. They can break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart. Through his darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart. You fought for love unspoiled by your darkness within. You fought for your dreams. Now there's no way to win. In the head of his corpse lies the seat of his soul. So you must carry his vessel to bring him back home. They can break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart. Through this darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart. The darkness touched you. Everyone could see it in the hollows of your eyes. A gaze, averted from life. You ran from it, but brought it nearer. Led it to him. An endless suffering, worse than death. And you wanted to surrender, abandon to find peace with the gods. No. The darkness won't allow it. So you will walk into the lair of the beast. Look it in the eye, and you will go to war. This is your mission. This is your quest. There is nothing else left.
So, what happened was when she had gone off to basically the woods, the wilds, as they've been referring to it as. When they journey off to the wilds, or she journeyed off to the wilds, she was doing it in the basically in an effort to get rid of her curse, which is essentially her psychosis, her schizophrenia. That was the mentality. That's the mission. That was the objective. That was the whole reason that she left. She also did it even though she was with Dillion, her beloved. She did it because there was a fear that she would spread it. And she did not want her Dillion to have this psychosis, which that was what the mentality was. That was the belief that she would give him the curse. So, in order to not do that, the belief was that the remedy was to find oneself in the wilds. She was gone, apparently, for a long time. I don't know if they tell you exactly how long or what. But she was gone for a while, long enough, to where upon her return to her village had been pillaged and raided from raiders, I guess other Vikings, other Norse, so Vikings essentially, and they destroyed her village, and Dillion was sacrificed to the Norse gods with the most visceral sacrifice, which was the blood eagle, is what it's called, as per the documentary of the show, or of the game, which is also part of, when you buy the game, you get that as well. And upon her return, she of course lost any resolve over her psychosis that she may have garnered from spending time in the wilds in solitude, by returning home to see her village massacred with everybody in it. Which is just extremely unfortunate, you know. It's like, wow, you know, if you don't have it bad enough, you come back home and everybody's been killed and destroyed, your home has been destroyed, and you just happen to not be there. You know, it's very sad when I think about it like that too, because it's like, you know, making an effort to try to relieve, you know, try to get away from this anguish, and then to return home thinking that you finally actually did something positive to get away from it, and then you come home and you find this, you know, I mean, you know, it would send anybody over the edge, I imagine, much less or much more so somebody who has psychosis. And then to destroy an individual's resolve on top of that, it's got to be so disheartening. It's no wonder, you know, that she is so hell-bent on trying to recover Dillian's soul. And a lot of what Druth says on the monoliths along the way is how you kind of understand what's what and how things take place and why things have happened the way that they happened. So again, the continuity as well as the lore involved in Norse mythology and the Nords, as well as the taking place of the game itself, it really pieces itself together very well, especially upon further inspection. Analyze it, break it down, all that stuff. But we're here now.
The gods made you a warrior. It's all.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a parry.
Why suffer the past when there is a new road ahead? The only one that makes any sense.
Big guy, go down. How come whenever I hear about video games with strong female leads, nobody ever brings up this one? I mean, she's got to be like 5'4", and she's fighting these big, giant, behemoth fucking Viking guys. Richie, if you don't mind my asking, man, I mean, I'm curious, you know, how do you deal with it? I mean, do you have to take something for it? Or is it severe? Or, I mean, how do you handle that? Feel free not to answer if you don't feel comfortable with it or what have you.
Every will create darkness brings another challenge.
That thing? This butcher thing? Executioner? I gotta get up.
She's injured.
Oh, I can't parry him. Punched his ass in the groin. Shit. What? Bro, I dodged, bro.
Get up quick! Get up quick! It's not over! It's not over! Keep going! She's hurt! She won't make it!
I don't want to be in a corner! Damn, these guys take so much abuse. South side.
Quickly get up! She's hurt.
Woo! Where's Res Infinite? I was talking about this game, cat. A boy. I have psychosis most of the time. Damn, Richie. Well, I'm sorry about that, man. I wouldn't even know what to say, dude. I wouldn't even know what to say, man. My cousin, man, he got it out of nowhere, dude. And like I said, he was like never the same. Is that my... That's my... I don't know what that is. My cousin, man, he was never really the same again. You know, I just... paranoid, always hearing voices. I was there with him, dude. Like, he just wouldn't, he was just like, he wouldn't stop, you know. He's always laughing, and then he would be, like, yelling at him, like, shut the fuck up. And I was asking him, like, what's it like? You know? Unsubbed. Catface, I'm playing Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, man. I thought I was bringing a lot of value, cultural gaming value to the table. Don't unsub, Catface. You've been subbed for almost 5 years, man. Come on now. Come on now. But I remember he would, I asked him, I go, what's it like, man? Like, what are you hearing? What are you hearing? Like, at first, I didn't even know what it was. He was trying to convince me that people were trying to, like, he's like, it's this device, it's a government device that they're, ooh, I got chips, Casey's the shit. Oh, oh. Doritos. Alright. Oh. I didn't even realize what it was. I think, whoa, what was that? Something happened? My Streamlabs start over? What the heck? Did I do that? Do you guys still see me? My stuff is doing weird stuff. So he was telling me, like, okay, so, like, schizophrenia. I think schizophrenia, the word schizophrenia was fucked up by the movie Me, Myself, and Irene, where Jim Carrey's character, I forget what the regular one is, but his alter ego is Hank, right? And I think they would call him a schizo. But he didn't have schizophrenia. It wasn't schizophrenia. It was it was split personality disorder or something like that, or there's another name for it, but it's not schizophrenia. That's what I think got everybody's I feel like movies and shit, like, back in the day, wouldn't fact check stuff. I really feel like, movies back in the day wouldn't fact check stuff. I remember Highlander from the 80s. They were talking about samurai swords and how the best samurai swords were where the steel was heated and folded over 200 times, when actually they're folded over 700 times on average. Some of the best ones over 1,000 times. So that was some bad fact checking. Nobody's bought no merch. I'm sure everybody's broke. Oh crap. So yeah, but I that's what I'm saying though, but schizophrenia. So here's the thing. I didn't think it was schizophrenia that was plaguing him, and especially with how schizophrenia can just kind of get you out of nowhere. I think it catches everybody off guard. I wanted to believe him, right? He was saying that that we live near a college, and he said he thinks that he got somebody upset, and that somebody was sending messages to him, and that there's a government technology that can isolate your brain wavelength signature and send you messages, and this and that and this and that and all this conspiracy shit. So I met him halfway and I said, okay, look, I believe you when you say that shit exists, but why you? And he goes, because I pissed somebody off. I'm like, no. No one is going to use this government technology to isolate your brainwave length signature to send voices to your head to mess with you day in and day out because you pissed somebody off. Nobody's gonna put somebody on the payroll, because that's what it would take to put someone on the payroll to harass you morning, noon, and night like that. You want to tell me the government got a thing that can target your brainwave length and send you messages? Fine. I'll be with you on that one. I'll die on the hill with that one for you. But not you. No, I told him, I go, it's a little self-centered that you think that somebody's going to go out of their way to use all these incredible resources just to send you, just to tell you shit in your head. Yeah, I thought it's a bit excessive, don't you think, for somebody to go to that extreme to just fuck with you? You know, he was telling me that they had this thing called voice to skull. So I was like looking it up, and then I just started typing in like hearing voices. What is it when you hear voices? And then schizophrenia is the first one that come up. Like, okay, fine. And then I started looking up, schizophrenia. And then you have people that suffer from schizophrenia that they have an explanation of something where there's supposed to be like an A, B, and C, and they always skip from A to C. Like, and it's hard to explain, and it's hard to like think back, but he would do that a lot, where he felt like he would close sentences of explanations without really giving me a lot of any information, and it was kind of jarring because when he would stop talking, he wouldn't grammatically be incorrect, so to speak. He would just, I would ask him, okay, tell me about this, and then he would start, and then when he was done, he didn't really like give me any information. He just gave me what's an example? Like, okay, like, who do you think it is that's sending you messages to your brain? Well, there's these people, and I know I pissed them off, and they're there at the college. I'm like, okay, and why are you pissing? Well, like, why are they sending you these messages? Well, because they're there at the college. Okay, but like, why though? Like, when did this start happening? It started happening because of these people that are there sending the messages. Okay, but you said that, but I want to know why you think they're sending you messages and how long you think they've been sending you messages for. Well, it's because I pissed somebody off. Like, what do you mean you pissed somebody off? Well, they're sending me the messages. Okay, but, well, what are they telling you? They just say a bunch of stuff. Like what though? Like what are they saying to you? Like all kinds of stuff. Like what? It's just a bunch of stuff that they're telling me. Okay, well, and do they do it all? Are they doing it right now? They were doing it a little while ago. Oh, okay, like before you got here, or like right when you got here? No, before I got here. Like, okay, and what were they saying when you got here? I don't know, but it's the people at the school. And it would be kind of really disjointed like that. And it was really hard to really probe for information. How old was he when he got schizophrenia? My cousin was older than me. And this was, I want to say for sure, this had to have been, yeah, this is late 2015. So sometime in 2015. Maybe even 2014. Maybe even 2014, but 2015, for sure, he had it in 2015, and he was about, I want to say, how old is he? I think he's 4 years older than me, so he would have been 35 now, so he was about, 4 years ago, 27, he was 30, 31, 29 at the youngest, but probably 30 when he got it. And here's another thing too, is he, and this is a lot of people in my family, but he was an alcoholic. He was an alcoholic, and this just made it worse too. Drinking made it worse, you know. And I would ask him questions, man. Like, you know, like, what is it like? Is it a guy telling you messages? Is it a girl telling you stuff? He's like, I can't really explain it. I'm like, well, why? How can you complain about this all the time? You're hearing voices, but you can't fucking tell me anything? I'm a voice. I'm a voice. I would give him shit too. I wouldn't pull any punches. He's like, I'm like, I told him, I go, dude, you need to go to the doctor. I don't need to go to the doctor. You need to go to the doctor. Dude, I'm not crazy. I go, you know, crazy people don't say they're crazy. He's like, don't call me crazy. I said, you're fucking crazy. He's like, you just don't understand. I'm like, no, but you're not making it easy for me to understand. And to be honest, dude, I really think you should go to the doctor. He didn't want to go to the doctor. And he, and I kept asking him, like, what kind of voice is it? You know, and he's like, it's weird. It's like I'm hearing somebody talking to me through a metal fan. Like, it's a fan, but it's metallic. You know, like, well, that sounded, you know, the whole Luke, I am here for the Darth Vader. Everybody likes to play in the fan. So, but he wouldn't, I remember one time, like, he wanted me to go with him. In case he was already, like, knew he, like, I remember he came over, he's like, hey, can I come over? I'm like, yeah, dude, like, come on over, we can hang out. But he would be real on edge, super uneasy. He was trying to keep it together, and you know, I got my kids, and this was a few years back, so they were smaller. They were Eden's age. They were 7, you know, 7, 8, 9. You know, Eden was 4. Zelda was barely a year old, if anything. I was like, look, man, I don't want to be insensitive, but you need to get your shit under control. I don't need you freaking out the kids because you can't get a handle on your shit. And he said, he's like, yeah, so he's sitting down, we're trying to have a conversation, and it just looks like he just kept cocking his head to the side, like it really looked like he was trying to ignore somebody poking at him. I'm not saying that he had like that actual haptic physical hallucination where he felt like somebody was poking at him. I'm more like somebody was badgering him. He's just scared of mental hospitals. He told me that he didn't want to go to the doctor. He goes, look, if I go to the doctor, they're going to diagnose me with schizophrenia. I'm like, I wonder why. Just go, dude. Just go to the doctor. I mean, we got religious with it too, and I'll spare you all the details, but I told him, I said, like, you know, and I'm religious. I'm not, like, devout, you know, but I mean, I'm like everybody else. I'm the same way with politics. Like, I'm Democrat, but I don't go to Democratic school or church every Sunday. You know what I mean? So, but I told him, I said, I go, have you prayed? Have you tried praying? Maybe you got some other shit going on. You know, it's not unheard of. He's like, I can't. They don't let me. Every time it's quiet and I try, all I hear are these voices. I'm like, what do they want to do? And this is the thing that he said that scared me. You know, and I think it scared me because I knew it's what he was going to say. And what else would it be? He's like, they want me to kill myself. I'm like, what do you mean they want you to kill yourself? He's like, they want to annoy me and bother me and just pester me until I kill myself, and then it's over. And I was like, and then I told him, I go, dude, you really need to go to the doctor. You really need somebody to look at you. You need to do something. You're not doing anything. You need to do something. It doesn't help that you're always fucking drinking too. I mean, you're hardly ever sober as it is. And a lot of these times that I saw him around this period, you know, he was sober. He was sober. I think he had enough brains, at least in the beginning. And I think this is how I know that it was kind of new. Because I'm pretty sure he was scared to drink. Because after a while, he did start drinking like he used to again. I figured he thought, like, fuck it. You know? So I tried talking to him some more, and I went with him one time. He used to take jujitsu, but I went with him once. He's like, here, go with me. I don't know why. I didn't even drive him. But he would start laughing, right? Like, he was the kind of guy who would laugh at somebody that was making fun of him. Like, he can have a laugh, but he was so distraught though. It was scary. He was mad. I think that's the best way to express it. He was going mad. And he told me, what did he tell me? Like, we went to his sensei, which I already thought was a dumb idea, because what's his jujitsu sensei gonna know? So we went to some place, like a city over. I'm not familiar with that city, even though I've lived here my whole life. I'm not familiar, but because they made it grow so much. And then we went, and it was like a bunch of offices, but it was like it was an old storage facility, like storage, like your whatever the fuck, the storage thing. Not a container, right? It was, when you have your shit in storage and you have to go to a place, that's that. But I think they converted it to a bunch of like office areas or something that you could rent out. And we stopped where he was at. We stopped. We parked, and he like took off without me. Like, I was trying to get out of the car, and I don't even know how he gave me the slip, but I went into a gym. This was like 11:30 at night too. It was pitch black. I went into a gym. I was like, and a bunch of these meatheads lifting weights, and I was like, hey, are y'all a dojo? No, here's the thing. I didn't even say anything at first. I was just looking for my cousin. I was walking back and forth. I'm like, where the fuck did he go? Walking back and forth. And he never showed up. So one guy's like, hey man, what's up? Did you want to lift some weights? Did you want to know about our thing? I was like, no, I'm here with my cousin. Is this a dojo? I was like, oh, you need to go down. It's like three offices down or some shit. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I went to the dojo, and I found my cousin. He was already wrapping it up with his sensei. His sensei looked all bewildered because he hadn't even been there for like over a month anyways. So for him to just show up with this, like, hey, so I don't blame his sensei for being a little put off. Everybody was a little put off. And he came out. I was like, dude, you fucking like took off on me. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I went to go. I know, dude, you fucking took off. I didn't even know where the fuck you were. I don't care if you got voices. Fucking wait 2 seconds for me. God damn it. Fucking, they know I'm here too. So I was like, so, all right. So we came all the way the fuck out here to talk to your sensei. What did he say? Oh, he's like, oh, he doesn't know what the fuck it is. I'm like, huh? Imagine that. Your martial arts teacher doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Imagine that. He's like, fuck you, Derik. I don't need your shit right now. I'm like, dude, you kind of dragged me out here. I'm not going to pull any punches with you. Jiu-jitsu. So we get back in the car, and he's like, how do we get back to your house? I'm like, are you fucking serious, dude? Go this way, go that way, go this way, go that way. So we're driving back home, and I remember at one point, I was like, go forward. When we were coming up on a light, I was like, no, go left. Before, no. I said, no, go left. Before we were coming up on a light, I said, go left, not forward, I'm sorry. I said, go left as we were coming up on a light. But before we came to the intersection, I was like, no, go forward, my bad, go forward. And the whole ride, he's like muttering. right? Like he's muttering. It's very uncomfortable. And he starts turning at the intersection. I'm like, no, go forward. He's like, oh shit. So he's like, he gets back, goes forward. And then he's repeating what they're saying. Like, he's talking about, I guess he's like mocking them, whatever. And he's like, shouldn't have done that. I was like, is that what's going on right now? He's like, dude, they don't fucking stop. He would yell. He would like, shut the fuck up. And he would start laughing. Like, he would do it every so often. For the longest time, too, man, my uncle, old Joey and my grandfather, his dad, were convinced it was an act. And me and Joey talk about it to this day, and I'm like, nah, man, because it's like to commit to something like that that's fake. That's a lot of energy, man. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of room to get caught and get busted faking something like that. And like, I can't imagine anybody having the energy to constantly do that. It's like that Sweet Anita streamer girl, the one with Tourette's, the one that's always saying weird shit. Like I said, like you got to just have like that natural inhibition to be doing something like that, because I don't see anybody who would have to cognitively do that, being able to have the energy, the discipline to do it. So there was a couple other times a little bit after that. You know, it was the holidays too, and it was coming up. And we're all at my aunt's. She lives on the south side of town, and we were all there. We were having a get together, and you know, he was invited too. He never showed up. Like he calls me when he's outside of the house. I'm like, "Are you coming in?" Or he's like, "No, come outside." And I had my sister and my oldest daughter there, right? The Casey and the kids didn't show up. We weren't able to go. And they he's like, come outside. And I go with him, right? And I'm like, what's up? He's like, nothing, man. Just wanted to come by, see what you're doing. I'm like, well, we're all inside, bro. Why don't you come inside and say hi to everybody? He's like, no, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm like, dude, just come inside. I'm telling him by his name. I'm like, dude, just come inside. Say hi to everybody. Everybody's worried about you. He's like, no, it's all right. But, it's whatever. And this and that. And I'm like, all right, but we can't go anywhere, dude. I got my sister and my daughter here. I can't just take off. We can't go on another thing. We can't go on another fucking trip. He's like, no, it's okay. So he did the same thing again. And Christmas Eve, we all did another excuse me, and we did another get together at Christmas Eve. And he pulled the same thing. He came outside. I'm like, dude, come on, it's fucking cold out here. Let's go inside. He's like, let's go somewhere. I'm like, dude, I can't go anywhere, dude. I have kids and shit. I can't just fucking leave. Otherwise, I'm a piece of shit. And I'm not ready to go for that award yet, so. He had been dealing with this shit for a while. He had started drinking again. I don't like hanging out with him when he's drinking. I don't like hanging out with anybody when they're drinking. And, I remember one time he called me up. He asked if we can give him a ride to school the following day. This was in 2017. And I said, let me get back to you. I didn't even want to do it. I had work the next day. So I guess when I was at work, and I had to be there at 6:30. So I totally slipped my mind. And then Casey calls me at lunch. He's like, hey, when so-and-so, hey, why didn't you tell me that Akela wanted to ride to school and this and that? I'm like, oh, man. I just thought he wasn't going to call back. I should have known better. I thought he meant no news meant no ride. But apparently it was a whole fucking ordeal. So my wife went to go pick him up, and she was going to go drop him off at school. Like I said, I mentioned the same school he was talking about is in the city that I live in, pretty much. But there's another school, like fucking 45 minutes from here, that he never even mentioned once before. It's way the fuck out there. He says, he told me the day before, hey, can you give me a ride to school because my car's not working and I don't want to have to walk. Man, I'm thinking that after the fact, I'm like, how the fuck are you going to walk what would be a 45-minute drive on the highway to get there in a reasonable amount of time? Casey told me how everything started. She said that she went to go pick him up in the morning, and first thing I asked, I go, did he have his sunglasses on? She's like, yeah. I'm like, he was already fucked up. He smokes too. Zelda was a baby. He wanted to smoke in the car with Zelda, and then Casey was pregnant at the time. He's like, can I smoke in here? And she's like, no, Zelda's right there in the back seat. He's like, oh, you brought the baby. Like just super out of it, you know. And so he started saying, you know, vulgar things to Casey and stuff, which he never did that before, and it pissed me off. And believe it or not, and don't take this the wrong way, shit like that really wouldn't bother me too much. The fact is that it really got to me is the fact that he asked for help, he asked for a ride. He got in the car fucked up. I knew he was fucked up, and I knew he was going to blame him being fucked up on him wanting, saying all that shit and then being like, oh, well, I was drunk. Like, dude, you was fucking 10 in the morning. So, he ended up telling Casey that, he goes, hey, you know what? I'm drunk, and I'm scared that if I go to school, they're gonna take me to jail. She ended up taking him home. And then he kept trying to get her to come here to home, to my house. She's like, well, my mom's going to get mad if I go home drunk. Can I sleep on the couch maybe at your house? And she was already super uncomfortable, given how he was acting, plus he was drunk. And he says, let me sleep on the couch. So but she forgot where he lived, exactly how to get there. So he was trying to get her to come back here with the directions. She realized what he was doing and realized where she was at. So she was able to get from wherever she was at when she realized where her location was and was able to take him back home. She ended up dropping him back off home, and she told me the whole situation. I called him up after I found out about everything, and I got super upset. I'm like, dude, you always have these problems. You're always drinking. You're schizophrenic. You don't want to fucking admit it. You just want to blame your shit on somebody else, and you don't want to fucking take the time to try to get your shit solved. You're fucking you're saying all this to my wife. You're wanting me or her to drive you around while you're drunk just to fucking take you back, dude. You're always on your viaje. You're always on your fucking trips. You're always having your problems. You don't want to do anything about it. And I told him in strong, and he always likes to talk his way out of it. I said, like, no, you're going to fucking shut up or you're going to listen, because I'm tired of you fucking doing that. And I yelled at him and I screamed at him. I said, you know what? I don't want you ever near my family again. I don't want you near my house again. And he's like, well, what? I can't go over to our grandma's and this and that. I go, you know what the fuck I mean, dude? You're going to stay away from my wife. You're going to stay away from my kids. You're going to stay away from my house. You're going to stay away from me. I'm tired of fucking having to deal with you. You never want to do anything to fucking make shit better. And you're just going to fucking always make an excuse. You're never going to fucking make efforts to fix shit. It's always going to be, you're always going to be a fucking crybaby and this and that. So I cut him off, and I felt, I thought about it for a long time. And I felt bad about it. And I remember that I ended up I ended up getting a job at Xbox, right? And Xbox is in the same city where I live. It was a call center, Xbox Live. And as it turns out, it was like not even a block away from where he lived. So every day when I would get out of work, I would think about taking the time to stop by and bury the hatchet, because I'm not the kind of guy who lets shit linger. And I don't like bad blood. So I try to bury the hatchet, you know, and I kept thinking about, you know, taking the time to pay him a visit and, you know, talk to him about it, you know. And, you know, just try to get past things. And, what was it? Like I said, I don't like bad blood, but another reason why I took so long to pull the trigger on it was because for a lot of people in my family, and he's one of them, I always felt like there was some sort of irresponsibility for forgiving, you know, any one of them that would do stuff like that. Because I feel like whenever you forgive somebody who acts like that, they take it, they pervert it. They think it's their get out of jail free card. They feel like that's their go ahead to do it again instead of make changes, you know, so on and so forth. So I never went to see him and try to bury the hatchet with him. And it was about 6 months or so later, and I found out through my uncle that he had passed away. I don't know exactly what it was, but supposedly the coroner said that he had had a heart attack at some point and that he died. And I talked to some buddies of his that he had known since middle school, and supposedly he was on some medication or something, and one of his friends had told me that he said that he was on some medication, but he was drooling and he felt sleepy, and his buddy had asked if he wanted to take him to the hospital, and my cousin said, no, don't worry about it, I'll be fine. And he did a lot of you're my best friend, right, and that kind of stuff. And I think about it a lot, and I try not to let it get to me, because, you know, growing up, you learn about what ifs, and you can't do what ifs, otherwise you go crazy. Psychosis or not, you cannot think about what ifs, or you'll lose your mind. So I try not to, but you can't help it some days. So, you know, when I play this game, you know, and when I played this game originally, you know, I think about my cousin, and I can't help but wonder, you know, what if maybe I went to bury the hatchet, you know, would he still have, you know, passed away, or would things be different? And the fact of the matter is, there's no way to know. And, you know, that's just how it is, and you just kind of learn to live with it, and you take the time to learn from it. So, but it was kind of a long road to that point. And I just remember a lot of it. And I was the one who spent the most time with him, because my cousin did burn a lot of bridges from just how he would be and how he would act. And everybody says that I was kind of like the last one who was making an effort to try to, you know, salvage him. And that last part really was the thing that kind of just made it to where, you know what, I mean, you know, because I'm a big advocate of, you know, when you're an adult, and if you have a problem, you need to understand that you have a problem. And, you know, no matter what the circumstances are, if you have an issue, you need to take care of it. One of my things that I had to learn about being an adult is that, you know, sometimes you got to ask for help with certain stuff. And, you know, and a lot of times pride can get in the way of something as important as somebody being able to help you. And that's something I really learned to have to, you know, kind of look past. You know, if there's ever a point that I need help, I should be glad that I do have people that I can ask for help, that I'm very fortunate, because a lot of people don't have others that they can ask for help. So for me, again, like I said, one of the things that I learned was just to know that, you know, you have to swallow your pride and do the adult thing, and sometimes you have to ask for help, even though you can grow up with the mentality that adults need to do shit on their own. You know, sometimes we can't, but there's something we can do about it. And my cousin had a real hard time, I think, finding maturity. And it was frustrating, you know, especially with, you know, like I said, like how he acted and his schizophrenia. Now, like I said, I don't know for a fact that he was ever diagnosed professionally. But from what I remember, from what I can tell, from what I researched and what I looked up and what I read and what I saw and what I heard and what I watched, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he had schizophrenia. And for all I know, those last so many months before he kicked the bucket, between the time of him passing away and me kind of cutting him off, he might have sought professional help. And I always think, like, maybe he was on some medication that was prescribed to him because of his condition. I mean, what else would he be on that would make him drool like that? But yeah, you know, and I don't mean to bring the whole thing down. It just, that's my experience that I kind of take away. It's the only thing I have to attribute, and I think it's very, it's rare, because I don't know anybody else that has, you know, schizophrenia. I don't think I've ever met anybody else that has schizophrenia, and the way that schizophrenia can just end up taking over somebody's life, it's so abrupt and it's so permanent, at least from my experience. I think it also does depend on the individual. He had many chances to try to seek out help, and as far as I know, up to the point where I didn't talk to him anymore, he didn't. So, but it's such a weird parallel, because when I started playing this game, it really kind of brought me back. And it put me in the shoes of how my cousin was kind of seeing things and hearing things and his experience with it. And playing it, though, it's enamored me with the sense of what the experience is. And it made me wonder, like, wow, it's so overwhelming. Like, you know, for something like this to be so dramatically scary and overwhelming, I just can't imagine somebody trying to face that with the reality that the reality of it is more scary than the lack thereof. You know what I mean? But that was already a couple years ago now. Well, you know, you live and you learn, right? But, I mean, I guess this game gives me an opportunity to do it in, like, the stream forum, to kind of bring it up and talk about him. I never really approved of his drinking. He was a bad alcoholic. Before he ever had problems with psychosis, he did have a drinking problem, as far as I'm concerned. I remember when we were younger, you know, we were already adults, but, you know, we were by ourselves. And I remember I wanted to go to Denny's. And he's like, I don't want to go to Denny's. I'm like, well, why not? He's like, well, they don't serve beer. Like, that was his, always like, do they serve beer here? Do they serve beer here? I'm like, dude, you always want to drink. And you guys know me. I'm Mr. Straight Edge. I've never had a sip to drink or a puff of smoke to smoke in my entire life. So for me, it was all the more frustrating when that was kind of a deal breaker for some things. And I'm like, I don't understand why you always... So he already kind of had a bad hand for his faculties, for, you know, his inhibitions. You know what I'm saying? And it was probably the most incredible uphill battle for him to fight. You know what I mean? But let's see, where are we at? we just... Whoa. Let's see. We just finished this match here. We've been streaming about just over 4 hours, even though I've been rambling on for probably almost an hour now. But I think, as it stands, this is probably the best, you know, a good stopping point as any. So, I don't want to pick up again on Tuesday. What is today? Sunday? Yeah, Tuesday. We can pick it up again. We'll continue the story with Senua, or I always say Senua, Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, and we'll kind of go from there, and hopefully we can definitely put a dent. The next stream, I don't think I'll be able to beat the game, if I'm being honest. The next portion is kind of hazy. I remember some parts, but I do not remember the amount of time, the length of from one point to another. So I don't have a lot of confidence the next stream will be the last stream, because this game isn't super long in general, but it's not incredibly short. But we'll just have to wait and see. But I'm feeling that the next stream will probably be a second, and then the following of Hellblade would be the conclusion. But you know, we'll play it by ear. But you guys, thanks to everybody who came through. Shout out to Sensei Rain for coming through on another awesome raid. Really appreciate that guy. Mucho love. And big ups to everybody who came through. I know that not a lot of people were able to stick around because it's Sunday. I know a lot of people got stuff to do on Mondays because that's the day of the week, is it not? But yeah, you guys, again, much love to everybody. Thank you guys so much for coming through. I really appreciate you guys kind of letting me do something a little bit different from what I usually do, as well as what many others do. Because I think it kind of expands everybody's palette a little bit, which I think could be refreshing for people that might feel that gaming can be a little bit on the stale side. Because that does happen. I know that happens. But that's going to be it for me, you guys. Much love again to everybody. You guys know the drill. Be cool. Stay safe. Much love. I'll see all you guys on the next stream. Take care.